I think we're good to go. Please don't claw my computer. I just started. Buddy, there you go. Let you jump on it. That's fine. Pretty soon you'll make your way over here. I need to get my chat up so that I don't miss the chats, because I do apologize. I've been missing the chats lately. Saw someone on Twitch rated me. I didn't see who, but that's cool. I got like 10 new followers out of it. So, I can't complain. Welcome to day 1 of Age 40 Dark Mage. Technically day 2, since the birthday counts as one day, right? Like, it's been over 24 hours, so I am technically 40 years and 1 day old now. Jesus. Well, it's taken me this long to get good at C++, and I'm kind of okay at it. I can't say I'm the best, but I do have something that works here, and it needs a lot of improvement. Like, the code runs, I can move the character around, I can interact in the game, I can create other entities, I can create items, I can create spells, I can do a lot of cool stuff. However, before I start running off the willy-nilly and just like trying to implement whatever the fuck, I gotta really make sure that what I do have works crystal fucking perfect. So now it's all about code polishes. And code polish means a lot of things to me. It's not just about making the code look better from a visual aesthetic standpoint, but also about finding actual performance improvements that can be done in order to make the game run smoother, do something a little bit more appropriately. Like, I always figure step 1, get something that just works, right? Just make some shit that fucking works. Because you can always go back and improve upon it. You can always make it better. You can always correct things, and you can always learn new things, right? So if you're always committed to a continuous state of improvement, then you put yourself in a position where somewhere down the line, you have something that effectively resembles what you had before you begin this process, but it accounts for all of the places that things might go wrong. It accounts for things that you previously did not see or did not think about when you were initially implementing your first draft or your second draft. I think this is like actually try number 3. Because in the previous instances, I ran into other issues. And it's about 2 years now that I've been working with raylib. And it's been a really great experience. Very thankful for the random YouTube commenter who suggested I check it out, because otherwise I'd still be working libSDL. And raylib has opened up a world of opportunities, especially in the 3D department whenever I get around to it. Makes things a lot easier. So knowing that it's all on me to create the system that I want to actually exist in, that I want to actually move a character around in and interface with, and I get to think, if I make a game, which I am, how do I want it to be? Like, how do I want to build upon this thing? Like, what is my day-to-day workflow in putting things together? What is the most pleasant? What is the most effective? These are the questions that I ask myself that have led me to this point. Restream didn't pick up the fucking thumbnail again. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna fix that right now. Restream is a piece of shit. Taking that shit out of the fucking description. Fuck you guys. You didn't update my my category either. Piece of shit. Let's see. There we go. Okay. All right, that's fixed. Tags. All right, YouTube's updated now for Twitch. Also pop out chat. All right, chat be popped out on the YouTube side. And on the Twitch side. I wonder if it's still... No, I think I actually... Okay, there we go. Software development. I don't need to do anything else. It picked up the title though. Okay. Now pop out chat. Always on top. And I think that's everything I need to do. Okay. So I've been rambling. I'm a rambler. But, oh my God. Did it not pick up my shit again? There we go. Okay. What'd I just do? Oh yeah, I made that const. All right, let's start by running the game and seeing where it's at, right? So far, so good. So this is just like a sample of like the 8x8 dungeon, right? So if I wanted to temporarily increase it to like 16 by 16, I think I was able to... Let's push it to 64 by 64 and see if there's any performance issues. Because with a single character in a 64 by 64, it was running smoothly. But then I discovered that bug involving auto, and I had to go through my whole code base and change everything that I was using auto to pull references from to actually being declared with their proper references. The whole reason I had to do that was because for every single fucking tile on every single frame, it was straight up actually creating a copy of every tile and then destroying them. So in a 64 by 64, it's a lot of tiles. In an 8 by 8, that's 64 tiles. They're being destroyed on every single fucking frame. No longer. Not that anyone noticed. Oh, I like this track. Oh good, and we can look at the debug panel while it's in test mode. So everything's just moving pretty much randomly at the moment. And it's going to be like this for a little bit longer. Pretty soon I'm going to be implementing pathfinding because it'll be very useful to automate navigation through a dungeon based upon some heuristics. And we can't do any of those heuristics until I have a basic given one entity ID and given a target entity ID, find a path from point A to point B. And even then, there's going to be heuristics where I have to like account for the fact that there might be no paths from point A to point B, and what happens in that situation, right? Or there might be obstacles in between you and the final target. Like, when coming up with paths, do we account for if there's like an NPC in the path? What do we do in those cases? Getting a basic pathfinding thing. And by basic, I mean it is considered, I would say, a year 3 topic in computer science school. First of all, I fear the music might be too loud. Y'all may not be able to hear me talking on top of it. Pardon. So I might want to actually mess with the camera angle, or the camera zoom rather, as well as the speed of decision making, so that like we can actually witness things kind of happening a little bit faster. 2 is kind of a comfortable like far distance. I think 1 is probably too small, but this is a test. Let's cut it in half. Actually, let's cut it into a quarter. Fuck it. Oh, I died. Oops. $35. It's kind of loud too, also, huh? Okay, that was cool. Um, so several of the notes that I took have been taking. I've noticed I distinctly remember several bugs that like I'm gonna have to actually dig into and fix. You know, I tried installing this shit called open code because I'm always open to trying new tools and checking out these new agents, right? And the motherfucker won't even run. Like I get a black screen in my goddamn terminal whenever I try to run open code. And I'm like, do I really need to have to run it in like fucking Alacrity or like one of these newer terminals? Like, damn, the fuck about your system requires anything special like that in the terminal? It's like, what are you doing? Damn, I don't know what's going on there, but they need to fix our shit. I'll try it otherwise, but I can't even try it. That's one of the limits probably of like people who are like normies who want to become tech enthusiasts is like they try some shit and then they end up having a bunch of bugs due to some special system configuration that they're dealing with that was not accounted for by the developers, and now they've got this hurdle that they have to jump over in order to like actually try and start using a thing. And it can be very discouraging, especially in someone's early days. So this improvement's probably not happening. However, I did compromise by pre-allocating something like 4 spaces in every tile vector in order to like just count for the fact that there may be more than one entity that gets pushed in. And I wouldn't be surprised if vectors actually like on first push in an empty vector allocate like more than just like space for one thing, just because, you know, average use case, like people are gonna probably push more than one thing to a vector. I'm saying. So we actually did this. That was a success. I guess zombie should actually be a boolean, right? So what would be special about a zombie, right? Like if a creature is a zombie, for instance, because it's undead, it can be damaged by holy, or in other words, cure. So like cure light wounds would actually damage a zombie. So there we go. There's our zombie component. Hello, how are you doing? Nice username. Totally not a bot. Why do people take random usernames? It's like, you can almost clearly identify who's a bot and who's not just by like looking at their username. Maybe you're not a bot. Maybe you just came up with a weird username. I'm just fucking with you. Anyway. Don't worry, I get a lot of bots in this channel, so I have to grill them like I see them. All right, so there was actually a real bug where I've seen a player and NPC move into the, like, a player's been able to move into a tile that like contains an NPC. I think this is fixed. Hope you're having a good day. All right, so where do we begin? So check it out. Let's go back into a init dungeon. We'll make a like another 64 by 64, but oh, and you know what? This won't work. I need to actually like get a different random location on every go through here. So like for actually const expression 64 times 64 is a lot of like places that we can put stuff, right? So like if I put 64 in here, that's a lot of monsters already. But what's the max? Like, let's do some quick math. Why do I use C++? Why don't you? C++ is a tried and true battle tested language that, if you know how to use properly, can result in very fast programs. There's a lot of languages, and I've looked at a lot of them, and syntactically speaking, C++ is probably the most pleasant for me to work with. I have a lot of experience with C. I am gaining a lot of experience in C++. There's a lot in C++ I can do. All right, so we can actually add up to 4095 monsters in here. So we're not going to for this run, but we'll end up doing that for a unit test. So let's do, I don't know, 1,000? That's gonna be slow as fuck. This is gonna be crazy. Oh, and wait. Yeah, it's not. This is gonna be crazy as fuck. All right, check it out. Let's build that and run it. One of the great things about this setup too is I'm able to build for the web. Oh damn, I got murdered. I got murdered like immediately. Let's try that again. Yeah, I got fucking axed. We might turn down how many enemies there are, or do something like give myself a fuck ton of HP in order to survive. We could do either one of those. Try 100. Hi Roxy, how's it going? Damn, I got killed on turn 2. Holy shit. My luck is horrible here. There we go, okay. Doing all right. As you can see, we are testing the game right now through an automated system because I'm trying to work out as many bugs as I can before I move on to working on new features. Oh, we're getting pretty lucky here. We actually made it over 100 turns, just about 150. I need to change the message on my Nightbot on Twitch. The game's actually free. You can play it online right now, or at least the current state of what I last pushed. Performance-wise, it's not doing too bad either. Average draw time maintained below 20. It's not bad. Average is going down because there's really not a lot of action, so it's able to cache up a lot of frames. This is not terrible. Why not stick with C? It's simpler. Actually, I was originally building it in C, but I actually upgraded to C++ for a very important reason. One, that C did not make simpler. So if you're not familiar with the concept of a hash map or a dictionary or an object in JavaScript, how it effectively works is it's a data structure that uses big ass storage of memory, such as like an array, and it indexes based off a hash that it generates depending upon what key that you pass in. I actually was hand rolling my hash maps for a while, and I realized, oh shit, I'm gonna have to hand roll one of these things for every single different data type that I wanted to handle. And I thought, this is what C++ is for. This is what the STL is actually for. I can just use templates and then be able to have as many different maps as I want. And I even solved a even bigger problem, and I actually implemented my entire component system using C++ templates. It's kind of a really clean data structure and super short and simple, and it does a lot in very few lines of code that would be impossible to do in C. So this is as simple as it gets for creating what I was looking to create. Incredibly simple. C would not have made this simpler. Not to mention, if you really think about it, C++ is built out of C to begin with. All of the things that C++ is able to do are done through C mechanisms. So why not use C++ to begin with? Because you have all of the power of C in addition to all of this extra stuff that you may or may not need. And if you don't need it, don't use it. But if you fuck around and find out, you might actually realize, oh shit, this actually makes what I'm doing in C simpler by doing it in C++ using templates. Mic drop. Speaking from experience as a C developer, as an Objective-C developer, as someone who's been programming for about literally 30 years now, yeah. I first picked up a book on C++ when I was about 12 years old. I had no idea what the fuck I was looking at. Now I get it. Now I kind of understand. A lot of people are averse to C++ for a similar reason. But they should not be afraid because the language is fucking old as shit now. So you really have no reason. Sorry, I'm responding to someone on YouTube. On Twitch, someone says, simply because C++ is not just C with classes, but much more, it's only advantage to be in C++ and not stick with C. Yeah, essentially. It's very rare nowadays that you might find yourself working on a system so old that, like, you don't have access to, like, a compiler that can handle some interoperability. And nothing says that you have to use all of the C++ features, right? Like, nothing says that you have to use every single thing about, like, C++ 23 or 25 or whatever the fuck they're on. I think 27 is the next big one. And in fact, I learned the hard way that one of the features that I liked the most ended up kind of biting me in the ass, and I had to kind of switch how I was doing things. As an example of this, my function create orc at with calls another function, dungeonfloor.add at, right? And add at calls, and actually I need to fix that right here. This is exactly what I was talking about. So, like, this is incorrect. This is not what I wanted to happen, because what happens in this line of code is it calls df tile at, which returns a reference to a tile, right? But what happens is the auto fucking keyword decides, oh, I'm going to create a copy of this because I'm retarded. Yeah. And then as a result, when this function actually exits, the destructor for that tile gets called. And so you end up creating and then destroying memory, like, basically instantly for no reason, because we're supposed to be working with a fucking tile reference instead of a whole new object. So to fix that, you get rid of the tile key, you get rid of the auto keyword, you replace it with what it actually returns, and you're done. So that was kind of like an annoying learning lesson, you know, and I discovered, it was lucky how I discovered it, because I decided to go ham and just, like, log every fucking thing, right? So you have to be careful when you move forward, because you might discover, oh, hey, this thing that I built doesn't actually work the way that I thought it did. So testing's always important. Anyway, I'm done crashing out about that. These kids nowadays and their fucking language, man. See, I would use the term shit a brick instead of crashing out. I think that's it gets the meaning blah, blah. It gets the meaning across in a similar way. See, back when I was coming up, crash out meant go to sleep. You know, you're gonna crash out for the night. You know, like a system shutting down, except you're crashing. All right, so df add at now operates correctly. Well, ish. So this is actually inside of a class. So this is the Dungeon 4 class, and the function that you were just looking at is df add at, which is a function, which is a method, because methods are functions that exist on a class, right? So it's not strictly I mean, it's C, but it's also C++. There's nothing like unique to C++ in, you know, outside of like templates and objects and namespaces and a couple things like that. But like there's interoperability between C++ and C, right? Which is why we have the struct called vec3 that I made. Very simple one. For some reason, raylib, even though raylib provides vector class, or vector struct rather, several different vector structs, they all take floats. Sometimes I don't want to work with floats. I want to work with integers. I wonder if I can pass it that way. That's a good question. Let me see if the syntax highlighter yells at me if I try to do that. Holy shit, that's syntax. What? Roxy Diem, what the ever-loving fuck did you just teach me? So this is valid syntax. What the actual fuck? Crazy. Okay, well, I just learned something new today. Thank you. Please subscribe and all that good stuff. That's fucking amazing. Thank you. I'm sure there's a lot of places now, like for instance down here, where I could also do that. So let's make sure it compiles. Yeah, the whole intent was to kind of like take advantage of, you know, parameter passing by using the vector, or the vec3 rather. Okay, so that's all working good. Let's go ahead and commit. Fuck. I didn't really do a whole lot. So we're just fucking around with like the size of the dungeon and how many monsters we're actually spawning at the moment. So one of the whole reasons that I'm doing all this testing is in the process of making the unit tests, I discovered the last test that I'm running actually fails every so often. So for some reason, the step count is not greater than 0. The constant disease. Yeah, I figure if it's pointless, that's good to know. I don't have to force it in there. It's just like eating up tokens whenever I feed it to the LLM. It's not necessarily a coding style. I just kind of began thinking about, I was really more thinking about like constant expression, but also just found myself placing it in places. But it's also with the intent of originally trying to find valid places where I might want to return like a constant reference to something, which I'm not actually properly using that either at the moment. Okay, so those assertions, I'm going to go and fix those because I don't really need to test for those anymore. No longer care about that. 135 as well. Yeah, so this last test right here, 530. So based off like what I initially created here, I'm not actually running simulations at the moment. See, every so often the test runs perfect, right? But that's how I know it's a bug, because every so often, and it's starting to be more often than not, it used to be like, I'd get like lots of successful tests and then it would die. But you see how like four successes, and then on this fifth one, for some reason the step count is not greater than 0. So what's actually happening in this test, I create a very simple dungeon, in this case a 1x32, so it's only 1 high and it's 32 wide, right? And, or sorry, yeah, 32 wide, 1 high. And we assert that we have definitely added a dungeon to the or we've added a dungeon floor to the dungeons list. We get a random location. All of this stuff passes, right? But where it's failing is down here. So during simulation, I keep track of a steps taken on the hero, right? Do you actually have to declare auto and a reference instead of a copy? Is that what's happening? Okay. Well, I went ahead and got rid of most of my use of auto in most places, just to be on the safe side. Better to use proper type names than attempt to guess what actually gets returned. But I wasn't sure about that. Good to know. I actually made a tweet about this the other day because I discovered that every single call to tile at, even though it returns a reference, if you assign it to a variable that uses auto without the ampersand, apparently, it actually creates a whole ass copy. And to fix that, I actually started just using, tile type ampersand everywhere where I was using that instead, as well as other reference types. Okay. We've learned 2 new things today. So let's figure out why the fuck what about, are we actually getting so unlucky as to randomly not pick left or right? Because the whole idea is that the player is randomly selecting a direction, one of 8 directions to move. And actually, now I think about it, oh, is it because we're also actually adding that many monsters? I think that would be it, right? So let's disable that at the moment. Actually, I think the way that this one works is that we have to manually add the orcs. So this one doesn't have any orcs in it. So we should be okay. Oh yeah, no, at a certain point you have to. A long time ago, I created this file called massert that does this thing where if some condition is not true, then it prints an error message with big skull on it and red text and yells at you and then crashes the program. Even older than that is imprint, which has been badly mangled by formatting, but still works. And the whole idea is if you have a certain command line flag set, massert and imprint statements work. And this way I can have lots of kind of print style debugging with cool colors and prefixed, Unicode emoji bullshit just to help easier highlighting whenever I'm like going over the console to like figure out what's working correctly and what isn't, because the system is rather big and moving parts. We're working at how many lines of code do I got? Sitting at 9,341 lines of code. An approximate development cost of $282,000 and requiring about 8.5 months of work, which is about right. Why not CMake? I have fucked with CMake briefly. I decided it wasn't for me. I'm really old school. I understand how make files work. I know how to write them myself. We actually have a web build of the game that you can play in the browser, and it works perfectly. It uses EMCC, which is mscripting, and I actually have handling for this in my main. So if web is defined, then instead of using this loop right here to render the game, we actually use mscripting set main loop. in sharp make. I don't get the joke. Sorry. So okay, we're gonna take a look at why that test is failing. And I don't think it's this, because do we call logic init? Oh, interesting. Yeah, my C# experience is like super limited. I have helped one student who was attending Full Sail University with C# a little bit, but the only reason I was able to finagle my way through that is my time that I spent in high school with Java. Here, we're going to turn on debug level 2. Is the player seriously just getting that unlucky that they're just constantly randoming okay, so one thing is that during the random move selection, right? distmt could be 0, 0. So we want to prevent them from just like waiting. They want to make it so that he doesn't like stand in place, but instead actually moves to a different tile on every turn. So, or tries to anyway. So we're going to set that to 0, set that to 0, actually set it to dist mt, set this to dist mt. Now over here, yeah, I'll make that change to, so that would be X, this would be Y, or VX, VY. Now, or better yet, VX equals 0 while VX equals 0. VX equals this. Hey, what's good, Dulce? How you doing, my dude? Happy New Year. All right, so this should prevent it. This would make sure that it's either -1 or 1. Hell yeah. Cheers, my dude. Now that we changed how that random selection worked, One thing that we can do to kind of like prevent him from attempting to move up or down at all is just get rid of that. Now the test, like, unless there's like, there's probably something critically broken. So if this doesn't pass, because he can only move left or right. Okay, that's succeed. Succeed, 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 succeed. Ah, fail. Fuck. What? Player's not even moving at all. Oh, wow. Something hella broke. Pushing tiles. Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. 231 in dungeon floor. Okay, interesting. What? Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. So when it first pushes the tiles, it actually creates a copy of them before inserting and then destroying the tile at this level. Interesting. Huh. I wonder if I can use like an inline constructor for this. You know what I mean? Like, so my tile constructor is not the best right here, but I believe that we can do a thing. Like, I forget how this syntax looks. What do they call it? RAII? Um there's a certain type of yeah. So we want something like tile ID, tile type init, uh, so it's something like something like that. So tile init, realistically, this could be something that's actually done in the constructor. So we no longer have to do this. We no longer have to do this. And then we're going to push a tile T with ID and none. I wonder if that would actually do it. Like, will that actually get rid of the problem of oh, it's two. Now it's destroying two tiles. What? That ain't right. So there's definitely some other place where I'm accidentally doing that. But here, this is weird. 352. It almost made the problem worse. Let me turn the number of simulations I'm running down to like 10. Hell, we'll just do one. Fuck it. Tiles pushed. 231 dungeon floor. Yeah, what the ever loving fuck. Why is it calling tile init 0 so many times? Oh, no, I know. Tile init 28 0 31 0. Yeah. Why is it doing it twice? Oh wait, it's calling Talonit way too many times. Um, and even then, it's still doing this double destroy thing. Okay, here we go. Okay, okay, okay. Begin loop. Tile gets created. We leave that. And then it destroys it once. The loop. What the fuck? It oh. Interesting. It's creating a copy on the insert. Let's see if my assertion is correct. It is. It is doing like a double thing here. What is the best way to insert into a map? We want to use in place. Okay, we can't use in place. Oh, we could just use I on the tile like that. Hey. Okay, now it's only destroying once. Now I wonder if we can do that thing. No, it still has to destroy a tile on that copy. Hmm. Is there no way to avoid unnecessary, like, destruction call? Without using a fucking shared pointer? Yeah. Now we have a second problem, though. I think, yeah, everything is being double initialized. So, when this function returns, right, df init, and then we call stuff like set area, we call set tile. We don't want to call tile init all over again, because that's like literally killing our vector every single time we do that. That's fucking ridiculous. The tile's already been initialized at this point. We don't need to do any of this. We just set the type. And having to throw away a whole copy of a dungeon floor is also kind of expensive. I'm almost thinking that maybe my transfer over to using references everywhere wasn't such a great idea. Let's see why that's happening. It's not strictly for operating systems, but it's a good systems language in general. There's a reason that the scientific community used to use Fortran as their primary basis for computation. I'm almost thinking I'm going to have to go back to shared pointers for everything. Damn. Maybe it's a good opportunity for me to look at unique pointers, really understand how to use them properly. I don't want to be lazy about things. But to my knowledge, like with unique pointer, you have to like move the pointer around in order to like actually access and use it. And then when you're done, you have to like move it back and all of this stuff. It's like a lot of extra work. But in the appropriate location, shared pointer and unique pointer should be good. That's probably what I'm going to end up having to do is redo how dungeon floor works and how a lot of this stuff works down underneath the hood again in order to take advantage of these things so that there's not so many needless destroy calls happening. Jesus. It's like here, tile gets created and placed, and then this tile, the one that just got created here, one that did not get emplaced, although a copy of it gets emplaced, then gets destroyed. However, with the separation of components, let's see, dungeon tile. Is dungeon tile still using a shared pointer to a vector of entity IDs, which is still fine. But then a level up in dungeon floor, I'm going to have to rework this because, yeah, we're doing this, but now we're going to have to consider, instead of storing the whole tile, actually storing a shared pointer to a tile. Does the game still load? Does the game still run? Oh, that's a warning. I need to fix that. Uh, oh, it's type and then ID. Now dungeon floor. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, no, game. Holy shit. That's ridiculous. And now there's a huge slowdown happening. Oh, that's probably because of all the printing. But also because of the destroying in the very beginning still. Like, so yeah, print statements can definitely slow down things. He's getting capped fast. Dang, he got slapped on. Shit. In this case, auto might actually make sense. Is it? Is it very quiet? What's up, Noah? How you doing, man? Yeah, just quietly doing some fixes. Ayush Chauhan. How's it going? Oh, painting's fun. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't done it in a long time. All right, tons of stuff breaks, of course. I gotta love these template errors. Um, Dungeon crawler. You hopped in at a really bad time. You can check out any of my video on demands on Twitch or YouTube to see the game as well as play it live in your browser right now. It came at a bad time because the code is mid bug fix. I'm doing a lot at the moment. Bear with me. And I'm going to have to take a break to take my dog out here in a moment. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, obviously can't do any sort of demo at the moment. Wish I could, but there will be points during development where the game, in the middle of doing things, it won't build. But I gotta go. I'll be right back. There should be a link in the description, yes. This is my baby girl right here. Queen Banana. Space Case. Gray Face. Silver Fox. She's been around with me since the beginning of my professional career. Not with me the whole time. A lot of time with grandma. I always set out to do these huge tasks. Take a long time. Okay, we got rid of the too many errors message, so that's good. All right, that's all of the ones in game state. Or how many more we have? Uh, so I probably have to fix how I'm actually creating the tile. Draw a look panel. Yeah, so that's not what we want to in place here, right? Clearly not. I mean, the insert would work fine here too. But we do want to assign the ID and the type. We do it all in one shot like that. All right, it compiles. And I died on first hit. Nice. Feels perform it. Let's temporarily disable how many enemies we're creating. Make it like 1. That way you can kind of see my thing and I can kind of take my hands off for a little bit. Sick music too. Oh yeah, I forgot. I in handle input, I set it so that he would only move left and right. So let's fix that. Also, technically, he should be able to move like just straight left and right as well. So maybe we might even get rid of on different music. Oh, I know how we can prevent waiting. There we go. Way higher. There's my cat. All right. So now the moment of truth. I mean, those tiles should no longer be destroyed during the insertion process. All right, we gotta build with debug to enabled. So the tiles get destroyed at the very end, and then during the creation loop, they are no longer being destroyed, which is fantastic. The next step of this whole process, I'm not going to do it right now. I might even take a break soon to eat lunch. I could just leave the stream running and do some music while I make the sandwich, give my animals some snacky poos. They got about an hour 15 until dinner. But I gotta eat something. Might even take a little toke break. So we still have yet to identify why the player fails to move left and right in those tests. I will do a limiting test again so that he only moves left and right. So that's it. That test succeeds. That test fails. So for some reason, something failed here. Game states. So something interesting about this is it's not even printing out the failure to move. Handle test flag player input. Wait, what? So what isn't being printed out that is being printed out when it succeeds? Yeah, so it actually gets from handle input to handle input gameplay scene to handle input gameplay control mode player. Whereas when it fails, it prints handle input, but then it doesn't get past anything else. That's an interesting clue. Not even getting to handle input gameplay scene. So we would want to know what the current scene is. Current scene 4. Yeah, that's gameplay. But it's like skipping right past. Hi. Oh shit. It's actually toggling the debug panel. It thinks the P key is pressed. And then it's returning out of the function. It's not ending up doing anything else. Interesting. I wonder if that's it. It's a good sign. I like that. Being that good grace. I think we fixed the bug. I think we fixed the bug. I think we did. Yeah, that's a bug fixed. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Oh, because, yeah, he's only moving once. So back in the unit test now. We can crank this up to like 100. And there's a good chance that he's going to move at least one step to the left or the right. Probably very rare to roll an 8-sided dice 100 times and not hit every single number at least once. Very rare, right? So we would expect most of these tests to work. In fact, if I made the size of the dungeon just a little bit bigger, we're like guaranteed that he's got room to move around in. Hi. What, you gotta go back out? I think she's gotta go back out, y'all. Hang tight with me. I'm gonna take a real break here in a minute where I make a sandwich and get some snacks and stuff. I need to check this code in. Did a lot in this particular run. Converted our tile map to store shared pointers to tiles instead of just tiles, which is preventing unnecessary destruction later on. Kind of good. But yeah, I'll hook y'all up with some music too while I'm gone. Maybe even like leave the game running or something, because I have a pretty good music selection in the game right now. Oh yeah, and also in-game state, when we actually go to create work, we are not going to create any orcs this run. What's a good camera zoom at, right? We did 2, we did 4, let's try 3. No nano. Let's see that average stays about 18, 20. All right, I think it's snack and food time. So it's clear there's A lot of cleanup that has to be done still. As examples, whenever I come across those, I'll be sure to change that up a bit. But what else? The major change we just made was by storing shared pointers to tiles instead of just whole tiles. Similarly, in Dungeon, instead of storing whole dungeon floor objects here, I also want to store shared point. It's funny because I actually used to have it this way. And then I swapped back over because syntactically it's like more appealing to work with it this way. However, performance wise has been absolutely detrimental. Just throw everything in the heap, fuck it. Suppose I could find a way to get some music on. Right. Okay, so now I no longer have to manually compile. Now to fix the emissaries. 26. library. Oh yeah, game state. I haven't even touched this one. Hey, it compiles. Oh yeah. Oh, fuck it. Oh no, now it's slow as fuck. Oh wait, no, we're printing out way too much. Sorry. Say that was a success. What's the main thing we did here? Dungeon. Now stores carried pointers to floors. At the end of the day, this was like a storage kind of optimization thing. As syntactically pleasing as working with references was. This was and is the way. I suppose it's time to start building things towards back where they were, huh? Okay. Realized the music might have been a little bit loud there. Hope everyone's having a good night so far, a good day, good 2026. We've made some progress today. Solved a number of bugs. Stepped forward the automated testing system. Preventing player from moving while dead. There are still bugs that I have to figure out. One way we can do that. Let's start by shrinking the size of the dungeon. You know what? Here's where my gut is, right? File, bug fix, exploration. There's some instances where I've seen not only the player move into a tile where there is a NPC already occupying, but also I've seen NPCs move into tiles where NPCs were already occupying. Neither of these things should be possible. The df add is a rather agnostic function. I might even like add a third level of debugging for this if I have to. Tile add is also a rather agnostic function. And what I mean by agnostic here is that tile add, for instance, does not care what the fuck is on the tile at all. It's just gonna check to see if it's already there, and if it's not, push it, mark the tile as dirty, and return the ID of whatever it is it just pushed. So similarly, df add at figures out which tile based on the XY that you provided. And I also recognize that we could even be passing a vec3 here as well. So it's really up to whatever is calling df add at. So like df add at has no protection, because it is agnostic to like the type of the entity. So really it's game state is supposed to be handling like the add at like situations. So it's gonna be with like try entity move where I'm gonna have to fix things. But before we get there, I just want to fuck around a little bit. First of all, That way we can just pass it directly down. We don't have to like construct a vector in the middle of the transaction. But of course this is going to break stuff. Oh shit. Let's see. Dungeon floor 409. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, it compiles. Good sign. All right, there you go. $12.84. Yeah, we only care about doing this if it's good signs, good signs. game state 3494. What did I just do there? Oh, yeah, DF remove. Okay, so in game state, this is a big important function. Oof. I think that the check, it's probably the caching system that's messing up. It should really update the cache here, honestly. So for instance, in tile move, during these steps, the cache gets marked, or the cache at location gets marked dirty, and then the cache at the location A lock gets marked dirty. But we might want to force an update to the cache. At the moment, because the only thing that we're doing is just moving these entities around, this is fine. But eventually I'm gonna have to consider adding this at other locations and possibly like writing a wrapper of some sort. Because I'm not convinced that it's being updated properly, and I'm using like cache variables in locations where we would expect them to be correct, which would be why that would be happening. So Uh-oh. Game state 502. Oh yeah. Um, 501. There we go. Now, one thing I'm thinking of adding is an assertion that if the player is attempting to move onto the tile, then the cached NPC must be invalid. And vice versa. Like, the NPC would also have to check to see that cached NPC is also invalid, and that the player is not there as well. But as much as possible, I try to treat the player as a special type of NPC. Alright, we're gonna try a silly test. Well, as far as I can tell, there's no glitches going on here. Let's make the camera a little bit zoomed in on them. Okay. I'm gonna try something a little bit silly here. What's happening? How are you doing? Well, so far it appears to be working. So it's handling an 8x8 dungeon with 10 enemies well enough. Let's crank it up. Maybe I should slow it down just a little bit. You control the player. The game is currently in test mode where it automatically moves. So that way I don't have to manually test the game constantly. Have you tried it out online yet? You should try it out. There is a build up. You don't understand the concept. Do you know of a game called NetHack? Because NetHack is a big inspiration for this game. Alright, so performance-wise, it looks okay. What if we had a lot more entities, though, right? .64 by 64 can handle a lot of enemies. And actually, when I go to create the player, I'm going to actually crank up his light radius and his vision distance to 5. Or better yet, let's do 7. Let's make it really big. I can feel the slowdown. There's about like an extra 5, 7 mil, you know, something like 10-15 milliseconds at the most for each render, all because of how many entities are actually in the dungeon right now. So there has to be a way for us to optimize this somehow, right? So here's the main game loop. Here's the main tick function, right? Old caveman game. What's an old caveman game? Curious. I am an old caveman, but in Nokia phones. Interesting. Now that's curious. I like me some Nokia phone games back in the day, dude. My girlfriend had some, and I got to play them when we were hanging out at Six Flags, and I had never seen anything like that before. I didn't get a cell phone until like 2004-ish, and it was only by necessity. I didn't even want to get into the smartphone crazes. Oh yeah, so it's kind of like a Sokoban type game. Yeah, I've got boxes and stuff in this one too that I need to put back in still. The last couple sessions have been more about like getting into some deep bug fixes, and now that we've kind of fixed things, we could start piecing things back together. Let's see here. Yeah, Sokoban's great. I'm sure you're familiar with Jonathan Blow and his newly announced title, Order of the Sunken Star. It looks pretty good. He's spent 10 years working on it, and he even invented a whole ass new programming language just to make it. Is it on Steam? I don't even know if it's out yet, but it looked cool. Shout out to Jonathan Blow for he raided me on Twitch sometime last year. It was kind of an honor. I remember watching. I played Braid back in the day. A little bit anyway. Yeah, Jai. A lot of his advice that I see on YouTube is really spot on in many ways. Definitely, if you're looking to get good at programming, it's always important to consider the wisdom of the elders and the people who have been doing it, you know, much longer than yourself. So I'm always looking to take tips and consider things from expert perspectives in order to improve my own skills. That said, a lot of people actually do pay me for programming help. Okay, so here's one of the big problems, right? So when we're adding entities to a dungeon floor or to a tile on a dungeon floor, and then we have this tick where we have to step through every single entity to see like who we need to update. It would be really useful if we could filter out ahead of time what NPCs are currently on the floor so that we can update the state. Because it'll get to the point where we have so many entities across multiple floors and locations that having to iterate through this list and perform all these if statements constantly is going to become a big performance hit. The one thing that we can do is introduce to see, this is really update state, kind of like NPC state global. So it would be kind of helpful if we had, like, perhaps to start with, a global list of NPCs. Why don't you use graphics APIs directly? Because I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I was previously working in libstl, and a YouTube commenter pointed me towards raylib, and I've been working with it for the last 2 years or so. That said, my goal is to create a system where I can create more than one roguelike type RPG / simulation type game. My goal is not to create my own graphics library or API. That's not where I'm at. That's why I don't use the graphics APIs directly. Not trying to reinvent the wheel. Do you do that? Is that how you make your games and stuff? Because that's cool. Pretty hardcore. You know, I've seen some videos of people doing this in different languages here and there, and there's so many different other graphics libraries already. Why not just use one of them if it feels good? Because if you ever try raylib, you'll find that it actually feels good to use. I would recommend giving raylib a try. See if you like it. Spend some time trying to make some stuff with it. Check out the demos that they have on the website. It's a good time. Shoutouts to Rayson. I've actually sponsored that dude on GitHub back when I had a little bit more money, because I believe in the project that much. I used to directly call OpenGL functions from assembly. Jesus Christ, dude. I tried doing that shit in C alone, and it was a fucking pain in the ass, bro. God damn. Shoutouts to KDUD T9T. But yeah, no, like, that's a fucking headache, dude. Like, why would... It's interesting to do it from an educational perspective, just to see kind of like the process. But when it comes to actually building real things of scale and size, like, that becomes a really big pain in the ass. Like, if you see all the different pointers and stuff that... Dude, dealing with pointers in assembly is a fucking nightmare. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I've only done OpenGL through high-level Lisp wrappers. I would die doing that so low level. Yeah, same, dude. Like, I like the idea of working with assembly, but only from certain contexts. Like, as a hacker, I think shellcode's really cool and interesting. I think the opportunity to make functions faster by exporting them to assembly and then taking a look at generated compiler output and finding opportunities to perhaps hand write some shit is interesting. Building big things from assembly, that just seems like more trouble than it's worth nowadays. A long time ago it would have made sense, and I think from a historical perspective it's a good exercise, but ultimately, like, if that's what your goal is, that's a good path to go down, but that's not a path that I would necessarily recommend someone go down if they're actually looking to get anything done in a reasonable amount of time. Depends on what you're trying to get done too. There's the story of the guy who made Roller Coaster Tycoon, right? I forget the guy's name. Famous programmer. Wrote it entirely in assembly in something like 6 months, right? Sold it, you know, licensed and everything. Thank you, yeah, Chris Sawyer. And he sold it for like $2 million or something like that. And then the game generated something like 8 mil in sales. And that's a good trade-off, right? Like 6 months of work, $2 million. That's not bad. You gotta be a brutalist fucking programmer to write something entirely in assembly to begin with. No hate, no shade. Mad respect for skill. But I also recognize that I'm more in the middle when it comes to these things. You know, I like C++ because it's a nice sweet spot between high-level functionality and low-level speed and optimization. I know a guy used Lua and a reality simple framework called Love2D. Yeah, Love2D is I know about Love2D. I actually watched it come out of nothing. I always get the name Love2D mixed up with this other framework that it's used to make visual novel games. Like, there was a game that was made on 4chan, I think, that was like Katawa Shoujo. And I think they used some special, I think it was like Ren I or something like that. I can't remember the name of the framework. But it was also impressive that like, I watched that come out of nothing. And it was really encouraging to see so many people doing game dev stuff and trying to build stuff. A lot of what I'm doing now, I used to do entirely in libSDL. And before that, I was fucking around a little bit with doing it in Java, especially after success of Realm of the Mad God. Where did I leave off? Oh yeah, so add entity just straight up creates new entities. And we loop through basically a big ass list of all generated entities when we're actually handling everything at the moment. So optimization strategy before I take baby out again. Be right back. Ish. And I'm back. I don't know for how much longer. Been on for a bit today already. We've actually made a lot of progress, I can't really hate. Still quite a bit of work to do to get things back to where they were at, but when they are back, they will be rather optimized. Let me get rid of some of these unnecessary cons. Shoutouts to what was their name? Roxy DMTV on Twitch. They actually taught us something new today. Oh shit, thank you. Appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on. I think my dog wants some attention. I could use breaking another sandwich, which I actually made a second one ahead of time. Ew. Ew, Emacs. Gross. No thank you. Not my cup of tea or coffee or Java or any of that mess. I respect it. I respect people who use it. My experience is just not. I don't have a fun time every time I use it. It's just too much, like, you know, I have to forget everything I know in order to like use it. And I'm actually trying to get real things done. I actually attempted to do this on stream once and had a very bad crash out. Not doing that again. But I like NeoVim. I like Vim in general, but I like NeoVim. Oh, we missed one. Missed a couple, actually. I think this is where we call it a night, y'all. Yes, I'm using a window manager. I'm running Linux, Debian with KDE. And my dog is acting like she gotta go. So, y'all go play the game. And I'll catch y'all next time.